He was the one that ambushed the ship that caused the explosion that threw me overboard. The one that probably sent Vander to his fate.
Too far from you, my friend. Is that the ocean? Crashing waves, calling me home.
I can't leave here without trying to.
Well, good morning, peeps and peepettes and pays, pequeens. Nani? What's up, Lauren? How do we do? Oh, man. Ready for a good, solid day. Of Le Bouc. Isn't that great, though? When a story idea just won't leave you alone? Well, first thing I got to do is I got to publish Quest Episode 1 to Patreon. Then I got to write an email telling everybody about it. So excited. People get to read this shit. So far from you, my friend. Oh no. Yeah, I could see how that could make it rough. That's rough, buddy. As Zuko would say. As ridiculous and hilarious as that line is, that's rough, buddy. One thing that I think gets overlooked is that that's the first time that Zuko calls him buddy. You know what I mean? It's kind of sweet. Oh man, you should check out Avatar if you ever got a chance. It's really good. I think it is on Netflix now. It goes on and off, but I'm pretty sure that right now it's on Netflix. let's see how this thing looks. Okay, let's give this a shot. It's a veil. We are formatting an ebook. An ebook that shall publish to my patrons today. Oh.
chocolate time, do you know where my packet is for the hot chocolate?
The hot chocolate is on the kitchen counter.
Oh, thanks, Dad. I thought...
You're welcome. Good morning.
Put it somewhere safe? Because I told her to, and I thought she was the only one who knew where it was.
Okay, love you, buddy.
Dad, it's not there. No, I didn't see it there.
I don't think that you looked very hard.
Every time I look hard,
Once again, the day is saved. Hey, oh my gosh, there's some chat. What's up, Darkheart? They set up a writer's channel? Oh, thank friggin' goodness. Wait, do you mean they added a category for it, or what's a writer's channel? Hey, writers, there we go. About friggin' time. I do not need another Discord server, on the other hand. Oh, how's everybody else this morning? Alright, I'm supposed to be taking a break. Oh, it's snowy? I forget, where are you, Vale? I wish I had snow. Nice. Oh, Darkheart. I'm the exact opposite. When I'm that close to finishing a book, I can't stay away from the computer. There is not a swearing filter, no. I've got some blocked words. Oh, yeah, that one is Rhea. Honestly, I don't mind if you use it, but it's the filtered words are more for people who come in and it's like one of the first things that they say. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Be right back. Sorry about your internet, Rhea. That sucks. That is why Lauren got modded on YouTube. Well, it's one reason. I mean, you know, let's be honest. Ah, I'm supposed to be taking a break. Okay, okay. We're breaking. All right, all right. It's 9 o'clock. I get to work again. Oh, right. Screen view. Okay, you work this time, you motherfucker. You fucking work. You fucking work. You fucking work. Ugh! Adobe Garamond Pro. I love this font. No, it's not Windows. I'm on Mac. Oh, yeah, that could be it. You fucking work. You work. You do what you're supposed to do. All this for a stupid fucking epigraph. Oh my fucking god. Hey!
Woo! Whiz, bang!
Thanks for the raid, Wordwin. You totally rock.
Hey, Dad.
Yes.
So, I'm supposed to open my teacher present today.
Okay.
I can't find it under the hundreds of presents stuffed under the tree.
I can't find it either. Love you. Yeah, it's been a little bit since we've seen you, Wordwin. I don't know if Scrivener 3 ever happened, Vale. Beta version for Windows? There you go. Why do I have hair in my mouth? Oh my fucking god, we did it. We did it, team. Oh, we didn't get the... We don't have the scene breaks. Okay, but we got the titling, so that's good. Oh, formatting an ebook. So much fun. This is gonna fuck it all up, right? This is gonna be bad. Oh, come on, work. Still no? No, that's not the problem. What the fuck is... Come on, fucker. Hey, what's up, Swiftness? Welcome. We're having a bitch of a time with Scrivener right now. I would do an M dash and then the cough sound effect and then another M dash. Fuck. Okay. 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 Oh, I would spell it either Kaff or Kof or Koff or something like that. Hey, Darkheart, it is kind of confusing. I'm also writing this book in a very different way than I've ever written a book before, so it's partially my fault. Son of a bitch! Okay, alright, this is fine. This is fine. Okay, 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 okay. Why are you doing this to me?
Dad,
What's up?
I need to make the hot chocolate that my teacher gave me today.
When's your class?
9:40.
9:40. Come grab me at 9:35, okay? And I'll make it for you. Hey, what's up, Bodegazilla? A spell that affects a large geographical region. Oh, I'm listening to last night's Critical Role as I work. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is gonna work. I can feel it. We got it. We got it, team. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Yeah! We did it. We did it, team. Oh, we exported our ebook correctly. What a dick. Hey, thanks for tossing out the gifts, Bodega Zella. You rock. Okay, here we go. Cover, looking good. Table of contents, looking good. Copyright page, looking good. Epigraph, looking good. Chapter 1. Looking good. Chapter 2. Okay, chapters are looking the way we want them to now. Chapter 2. Scene break looks the way we want it to. We got a good chapter. Okay. All right, here we go. This is it. This is the one. Oh, I gotta go help my son. I will return in one moment. Hey, Des. We gotta do your hot chocolate.
Woo! Whiz bang.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The best time to step away. I am so good at Twitch. It's an empty chair. Thank you for the raid, Bigfoot Bjornson. Bjornson? Yeah, we're gonna go with Bjornson. That's what we're doing. Hi everyone. Oh boy. That face when? Am I right? Hashtag relatable. Hashtag content. Hashtag blessed. Okay, but for really though, the time has come to do our final read of this ebook. Huh? Oh, well, if you don't know how to read, have fun on my writing stream. It might not tickle your jammies. Okay. I think that we compromise here, right? That's what we do. We're just going to go with it. Yeah, that's what's happening. Okay, here we go. When did it begin and where? Oh, hold on. Copyright page. Okay, all right. Cover, looking good. Table of contents, looking good. Copyright page. Looking good. Yeah, okay. When did it begin and where? Good questions both. Some say it began at the Battle of Wellmont with a flash of light that only 3 soldiers saw. Some say it began in the birchwood forest of Selvin with a girl and a dagger. Wiser folk might say it began in an orphanage in the city of Cabris. Wiser, but not wise enough. It did not begin, nor did it end. Nothing ever does. Nothing except stories. Chapter 1. The Lord's Discovery. A Forgotten Castle. Now. Are we happy with that gap? I don't think we're happy with that gap. You don't just ask someone how their writing is going. Chapter 1, The Lord's Discovery. A Forgotten Castle now. The attendant went to speak with his lord, but no one saw him arrive. Without footfall or at the scuff of boot on stone, he passed through the halls of the keep. Mayhap a curious ear turned his way, or some servant thought they half glimpsed a passing figure, but when they turned, they found nothing. He passed through the door into his lord's personal chamber and gave a weary sigh. The windows were fitted with thick shutters of iron, but these were now open, as were the heavy curtains that blocked all light when drawn. This left the sun free to spill across the lord's desk, illuminating the map upon which he gazed. Through the open window poured 1,000 fresh scents of the countryside. turning leaves and fresh mulch on forest floors, and ever-chilling breezes carrying the scent of hearth fires. The walls were mostly taken up by shelves of books. Mighty tomes bound in leather bore the scuffs and stains of history, with no speck of dust to be found on their well-used pages or covers. Oh, stick around. You'll get sick of May up real quick. The floor was covered with thick rugs of fine make, which helped to retain the heat of the large hearth on the southern wall. But autumn was not yet well advanced, and the hearth was empty now, for only at night were its light and warmth required. Cold, too, were the candles upon the Lord's desk, though the attendant knew they would be lit that night, there to burn until long after the midnight hour had passed. As they always did. As they always did is unnecessary and redundant. The Lord did not have to sleep if he did not wish to, and he rarely wished to. The Lord glanced up and noticed his attendant for the first time. His full lips split in a smile that shone through his beard, which was black but graying heavily. "I'm glad you have come," he said. Thick and warm was his voice, full of power but gentle, fitting the role of kindly father that he played to all of his children. The attendant fell to one knee. "Of course, Lord," he said. "I shall always come when you require me. It is only my duty." "And the fulfillment of one's duty is worthy of praise," said the Lord. He said this to his children often, but he always meant it. "You never lack for obedience, though I know the journey taxes you. It is only one of the many reasons you deserve great favor." The attendant bowed his head. "I thank you, Lord." "Come," said the Lord, gesturing with a hand. "Look upon this with me." The attendant was by his lord's side in the blink of an eye. The map displayed all the 9 kingdoms of Underrealm, from Calenton in the farthest corner to Hedgeman in the frigid south. Upon it were marked only the greatest and most prominent of cities, for this was a map intended for planning instead of navigation. The Lord had used it often and for a long while. There could be seen across its breadth the remnants of many old markings in charcoal, now wiped away and replaced with others. The Lord's forefinger fell upon several marks in southern Dorset. As his sleeve slid back along his forearm, it revealed a tattoo on the back of his hand. It twisted in and around itself like a never-ending knot, but thorns sprung from it in all directions, as though the weave had been made with brambles. The attendant's gaze followed his lord's finger. There were a series of marks there, There were... So this is one of those confusing ones. There were a series of marks. There was a series of marks, or there were marks. But there was a series of marks sounds weird, so what we do instead is we switch it to there were many marks there. There were many marks there, and they had been recently scratched. In the city of Wellmont was drawn a large X with an arrow pointing east along the In the city of Wellmont was drawn a large X with an arrow pointing east along the Dragon's Tail River. Some leagues east of Wellmont was a large circle. And now it is break time. Oh. If you are joining in the word sprinting we are doing today, get on up. Move your body. Probably read. Nope. Because the iPad's in use and we're breaking. cleaning up the pile of trash that has accumulated by the trash can. I know that feeling, Wordwin. Makes you feel any better. No, not you. You. Every few months I realize that my trash can has become a total trash pile instead, and I make a half-hearted attempt to fix it. Oh. It's about to be 10. Awesome. Okay. Kappa grows in strength. We could be really nerdy during this break and geek out while we open our new journal. What do you think? This year's journal has served us well, but it is just about out of pages. And so we prepare for our first journal of 2021. This is that good shit. From beautiful Beechmore Books of London. Oh. We're not supposed to be sitting on our breaks, but we're going to cheat just a little bit. Your intuition knows what to write, so get out of its way. Ray Bradbury, American author and screenwriter. You can tell it's an extra fancy journal because inside the box they wrap it in fine tissue paper. It literally smells just slightly like a cigar. I'm not even joking. That's a true fact about these journals. An extra fancy paper wrappy thingy. Word win. We've got our strappy, which we always wrap around the journal this way to hold it shut and allow us to store a pen in this part. Oh, a new journal is just one of the best things. Then we prepare the spine just a little bit. You might say we get ready to blow its back out. Could I have made that creepier? I don't think so. Oh, God, I love a new journal. Okay, but it is almost 10 o'clock, which means that it is time to resume our activities. So let me wrap this up as quickly as possible. Don't get to savor the moments as much as I normally would. Dat banjo dough. Dat bando. All right. New journal ready to go. Time for a new work hour. Let's get crack-a-lackin'. In the city of Wellmont was drawn a large X. How about a cross instead? With an arrow pointing east along the Dragon's Tail River. Some leagues east of Wellmont was a large circle. Some leagues east of Wellmont was a circle drawn in the woods near the town of Brillig. She is here, said the Lord, somewhere in this area. For a moment his attendant simply stared at the... For a moment the attendant simply stared at the map, nonplussed. We've done this a million times, but we're just going to double check. Yes. If you're using a word that's not a very usual word for your vocabulary, triple check that you're using it correctly. All right, word win. Enjoy your lurking. For a moment the attendant simply stared at the map, nonplussed. "Forgive me, Lord," he said. "Who is here?" "The one I have long sought." Somewhere in this area doesn't match the seam. It seemed as though the sunlight through the window dimmed for a moment, and a cold wind blew in. The attendant had gone elf-white. "That cannot be," he said quietly. "She was lost." "I have never believed that," said the Lord, his tone a gentle chide. "You alone were convinced of it. I knew she would surface." Hey, what's up, Travis? "How do you know it is her?" said the attendant. "Forgive me, Lord, but even the sight has limits." "The sight is not the only way secrets reach my ears," said the Lord. "Messages come to me by mundane routes from every corner of every kingdom. You know of the Battle of Wellmont." The attendant snorted. "If you wish to call it such." "I do," said the Lord, "for it is more important than anyone has yet guessed." The attendant's gaze shifted to his master, and he frowned. "Why? What happened in Wellmont?" The Lord's smile broadened. "She took her first step towards the truth, just as you helped me to do long ago." Again the attendant gazed at the map, but now all his focus was bent upon the name of Wellmont, scratched at the bottom of the Great Rock Mountains. "How certain are you?" "Absolutely." "Then she must be destroyed. Our enemies will seek her, and if they find her first..." The Lord put up a calming hand. "There is no reason for worry. I have no reason..." Reason twice. "There is no cause for worry. I have no reason to suspect the mystics know anything." First sentence is redundant. "I have no reason to suspect the mystics know anything." "We must not underestimate them, Lord." The attendant worked hard to keep frustration out of his voice. "If anything were to go wrong..." His master raised his hand higher, and the attendant fell silent as if he had been slapped. "Our plans are secure, even if the worst is true," said the Lord. "If they know of her, if they know where she is, it changes nothing. One of my favored children hunts her now, but if he fails to kill her, still it changes nothing. We are too well prepared. Our every stroke in the coming war has been planned for years, while our foes do not even know war approaches." The attendant forced himself to take a long, slow breath before releasing it in a sigh. "If you say so, Lord, I will place my faith in you and take this information into consideration while I continue my preparations." "I will place my faith in you and use this..." "Use what you have told me in my preparations." "I will place my faith in you and consider what you have told me in my preparations." "Good," said the Lord. "That is all I require of you. Your skills and your position are the axle upon which so many other plans turn, yet I would not have you carry on as a mere spoke in the wheel. I wished for you to learn this first among all my children." Again the attendant fell to one knee. "I am undeserving, Lord." The Lord placed a hand upon his head. "On the contrary, no one is more deserving. Now go." The attendant left. The Lord stared after him for a long while. His fingers gave a gentle tap-tap on the parchment of the map over and over. Finally he shook himself and took a deep breath. His hands stilled on the desk, and he leaned back into the soft cushions of his chair. Closing his eyes, he stilled his breathing and let calm slide over him like a warm blanket. When his eyes opened again, they had begun to glow white. When his eyes opened again, they were glowing white. A forest near Brillig. Chapter 2, Blades in Daylight. A forest near Brillig, now. Ora sat on a log by the bright campfire. Her fingers toyed with the crystal amulet around her neck, as they often did, and never more so than recently. A few paces from the fire were two tents. One of them was hers, and between them they held 3 sleeping figures. Oris's party had slept overnight in a little clearing, tucked deep into the woods close by the town of Brillig. Autumn was not yet well advanced, and the seasons were gentle in this part of Selvin besides, so that the trees had not yet cast off their greenery, but merely traded it for red and gold. The sunlight therefore fell all in dapples across the ground and Oris herself, and she held her hands in the larger patches of it, letting it join its heat to the flames. She had thrown just a bit of fresh-hewn pine in along with the old dead branches she had used to build the fire, and the smoke made her nostrils burn in a pleasantly acrid way. Not quite. No, that's fine. We'll stick with it. In truth, the day was warm enough even this early that the fire was not necessary, but building it had given Oris something to keep busy with, and that was much needed. They had come here on a little hunting trail that entered the clearing at the west end and left it again at the east. The woods around the camp were quiet and peaceful, but that did not lend her troubled mind any peace. Nothing did these days, nothing since Wellmont. In other circumstances, they would have started the day's march long ago, but this was a leisurely journey. They drank well each night, tumbled into their tents in pairs, and let slumber claim them after they had worn themselves out. Oris had made such journeys before, and they were usually a great joy, or entertaining at the very least, yet now each step seemed shadowed, every league haunted. No matter how often or how ardently Oris sought for solace in her companion, she could not find it anywhere, not since Wellmont. She gave a little growl of frustration, and her fingers clutched harder at the crystal amulet. It was plain enough. Someone had carved it into a shape like a pyramid, but with small notches at the base that almost turned it into an arrowhead. Around the notches had been tied a thin leather thong, the loop of which Oris used to hang the amulet on her neck. It was a keepsake of her childhood, the one possession that had been hers since before she could remember, and then, as she clutched it ever more tightly, it began to glow. Oris froze as the light in the crystal swelled. It was bright white, with just the faintest ting? It was just the faintest thing you've ever seen. Faintest tinge of blue. Since she was a child, it had hung on her neck, but she had never seen anything like this. The light flashed. Suddenly the crystal felt hot as a poker from the hearth. Oris hissed with pain and recoiled from it. It swung down into her chest, and she had to reach up and lift the thong over her head to keep it from burning her. Yet when she glanced at her tunic and the leather thong, there was no sign of damage, not even a slight browning. What in the dark below? She muttered. Her gaze darted to the trees at the... Okay. Her gaze darted to the trees at the edge of the clearing. There was no sign of anyone there yet. Now that her attention had turned outward, she could sense something. The forest was too quiet. None of the usual sounds of bird or beast came to her. Something was wrong. Her blue vest lay on the ground next to her. She shrugged it on over her broad shoulders before belting on her sword. Then she stole on Mouse's feet to one of the tents and pulled the flap open. There lay Flip, on his back beside a nude Kara. Under Flip's golden tunic, his thin chest rose and fell with his breath, and his gentle snores filled the tent. Kara had curled on her side, her arms wrapped around her slight frame. Oris leaned farther into the tent and clapped a hand over Flip's mouth. "Woof!" cried Flip, thrashing under her hand. "Shut it," said Oris. At last Flip recognized her, and he stilled. Oris lifted her hand. "What's wrong?" whispered the mage. "Trouble," she said. "Dress yourself and hurry." She withdrew from the tent and stole to the tree line, keeping watch. No threats presented themselves, but the... No danger presented itself, but the silence in the forest had deepened. Whatever was approaching it was closer now. Soon Flip emerged from his tent. He trotted towards her, still buckling his trousers around his waist. His long hair was tousled and messy, and he ran his slim fingers through it as he scowled at her. "This had better be important," he said, eyes narrow in a wince. "I needed at least another 2 hours to ease the suffering of last night's wine." "Better safe than dead," Oris replied. She kept her hands. "Come on, up." Flip glanced at the tree above them and arched an eyebrow. "You expect me to climb that? I thought you were too delicate for spells." "I'm never that delicate," he scoffed. His eyes glowed pure white. "I thought you would be too delicate for spells." "I'm never that delicate," he scoffed. His eyes glowed pure white, bright enough to cast strange shadows across the rough bark of the oak. A powerful cluster of wind gathered around him, snatching him up by the arms and legs and hoisting him into the air. He flew up into the branches, wobbling only slightly. Ora shook her head like a whining child, she muttered. Leaping up, she snatched the lowest branch and hauled herself hand over hand after Flip. When she came to a stop 2 paces above the ground, Flip had already settled into a position of rest, leaning back against the trunk and folding his hands in his lap. "We're here," he lilted. "Now what?" "Now we watch the tents," said Oris. This wood is too quiet." And she fell silent, and Flip frowned at her. "And what?" Oris's fingers played at the crystal around her neck. It was cold again. "And nothing," he snorted. "Who are we expecting?" "I wasn't expecting anyone," said Oris. "That's why we're being cautious." "I mean," growled Flip, "did you see anyone? Or how do you know someone else, or how else do you know someone is coming? I told you the wood is too quiet." "That's it?" Flip spread his hands. "Mayhap the birds grew sleepy. You're a son of cities, trust me." Thus spake the daughter. "You betray your ignorance as a son of cities. Trust me in this." Just thus spake the daughter of cities. "You betray your ignorance as a son of cities. Trust me in this." Thus spake the daughter of cities. "At least I'm not proud of it," said Oris in exasperation. "Just wait. If we've been here a half hour and nothing happens, I'll let you sleep the rest of the day." "And just like that, we have a deal," said Flip. He leaned against the tree again and shut his eyes, but after a few moments of silence, he opened one. Again. "What about the lovers?" "They'll be fine," said Oris. "No one touches lovers unless they want constables to drape their guts over 6 different kingdoms." "What if it isn't some one but some thing?" said Flip. "If a bear comes wandering out of the woods, it won't give 2 pitchers of piss about the king's law." "If it's a bear, it won't go straight for the tent," said Oris. "We'll have plenty of time to get down and scare it off." "Do you honestly think I'm a fool?" "You don't want that answer, oaf." Flip closed his eyes again. Oris smiled and shook her head, turning her attention back to the clearing. The tent stood alone, undisturbed, and the campfire burned merrily, sending up a steady stream of thin smoke. And then 3 figures appeared from the trees to the north. Oris slapped Flip's leg hard. He started up, scowling at her. She put her finger to her lips and pointed. There were 3 of them. 2 of them were impressive looking enough, but the one in the middle was a giant. Thick bands of muscle wrapped every part of him so that he looked like he was trying to burst out of his heavy leather clothing. Oris was uncommonly tall and strong, but she guessed this man was 2 heads taller than her and mayhap 5 stone heavier. His skin was pale but tanned, and his ear-length hair was shaggy and thick. Several days of unkempt beard hung from his chin. All 3 of the figures wore plain enough clothing, except for flashes of blue and gray cloth here and there. "I don't recognize them or their colors," whispered Flip. Gone were his smirk and sardonic tone of voice. His gaze fixed on the trio with an eagle's intensity, and his knuckles were white where they gripped the branch beneath him. "Some sellsword company?" "Why?" said Oris. "Which company would be after us?" "We don't know that they're after us," countered Flip. The figures in blue and gray crossed the clearing. The leader looked at the other 2 and pointed to the fire and then to the tents. Slowly, to muffle the noise, all 3 of them drew weapons and crept quietly towards the tents. "All right, so they're after us," said Flip. Oris's pulse quickened as the 3 figures drew up to the tents. Each soldier took one, standing just to the side of the flaps. Each of them Each of the soldiers held a broad blade in one hand, and Oris saw that they Each of the soldiers held a broad blade in one hand and had a long dagger hanging from their belt. The leader took position between both tents, ready to stop anyone trying to flee. Later, Maney. Thanks for dropping by. In his hand he gripped a massive axe. Its haft was a pace and a half long, and its head was 2 handbreadths wide. Oris, said Flip, what if they do harm the lovers? Oris looked at him as though he had gone mad. No one's that foolish. Yet if they are, we bear responsibility, said Flip. The king's law will not look on us much more favorably than these 3. They were both familiar enough with the Guild of Lovers to know its laws by heart. They won't do it, said Oris, but her grip on the tree branch tightened. The soldiers dove into the tents. Soon they re-emerged, dragging the lovers out into the open air. Ombi was as naked as Kara. Both of them screamed in alarm, dragging blankets out after them and clutching them to their fronts. But when the soldiers saw who they were holding, they stopped. Both of them looked at their leader in confusion, and he lowered his axe slightly. What under the sky is this, he said. Oris could just hear his growl from so far away. Are these them, Commander? Said one of the soldiers. She was a woman with short, flaming red hair and a nasty scar under her mouth. Commander, thought Oris, a first clue. She glanced at Flip, and he met her gaze. He had heard it, too. Different sellsword companies used different ranks. It was one way to figure out who they were fighting. Of course it is not them, growled the commander. You have their descriptions. I thought we were supposed to find them here, said the other soldier, a short, thick man with skin nearly as dark as Ombi's. The commander turned, scanning the tree line. They have slipped away. The woman hauled Ombi up by the wrist, brandishing her sword in his face. You, tell us where they've gone. Oris tensed, but Ombi looked up into the woman's eyes without a trace of fear. You threaten a member of the Guild of Lovers. Unhand me at once, or the High King's justice will find you, and it will not be gentle in its punishment. The other soldier dropped Kara's arm as if he had been scalded, but the fiery-haired woman only scowled deeper and pushed her face closer to Ombi's. We do not serve the High King, and her laws are meaningless to us. Flip looked over. Oris, we have to... I know, she said. Come on, we... But she stopped as the commander stepped forwards. With one massive fist, he backhanded the red-haired woman. She fell as if struck with a boulder, losing her grip on Ombi. The laws protecting lovers are older than Underrealm itself, and they are just, growled the commander. The High King desecrates their history to claim them as her own, but that does not mean you are free to cast them aside. He turned to Ombi and bowed his head. My apologies for my companion. Ombi rubbed his wrist with his other hand, but he bowed his head in turn. Your apology is accepted, and with my gratitude. Look for a trail, barked the commander. They are somewhere in these woods, and they are not far. This fire was recently built. Go. The red-haired woman climbed to her feet with a sullen scowl, but she did as he had bid. She and the other soldier began to circle the edge of the clearing, searching for tracks. Oris looked to Flip. They want tracks. Can you give them any? They want a trail. Can you give them one? Flip side, I thought you'd ask. I can, I suppose. Lead them here, just underneath, if it isn't too much trouble. You honestly don't care if it is trouble. Of course not. Flip shook his head. Then he tumbled off the branch. His eyes flared with light in midair, and once again air swelled to hold him. His eyes flared with light, and once again air swelled to hold him. It caught him as he fell, lowering him gently to the ground. He loped off around the edge of the clearing, and his magic went before him, flattening the scrubby grass and scattering leaves all around. Oris climbed down the tree a ways. She positioned herself so that when the soldiers came down Flip's trail, she would be on the opposite side of the trunk from them. There she waited. Now she could only catch glimpses of the clearing, but she heard it when Flip's work was done. Commander, called the short man. Here. Good, called the leader. Follow them, and be quiet about it. Too late, thought Oris with a smirk. A few moments later, Flip reappeared in the forest below her. His trail led straight to the bottom of the tree, and he jogged on a few more paces, using his feet and his magic to continue the ruse for a while. Then he lifted himself up on air again, soaring back towards Oris's tree without leaving any trace of his movement. He positioned himself behind another tree next to hers and looked up. All's well, hissed Oris. Simply perfect, said Flip with an easy grin. Well done, said Oris. Oris's hand settled on the hilt of the sword. It was not long before they heard their pursuers stumping through the woods towards them. Two things were clear from the sound. They were attempting to be quiet, and they were terrible at it. Oris counted down from 5 and perfectly predicted when the 3 of them appeared below her. The commander was in the lead, and the other 2 were behind him and to either side, each about 2 paces away from him. Oris's gaze met Flip's, and they nodded to each other. Oris dropped out of the tree next to the short man. One brawny arm wrapped around his neck, and she wrenched. His spine snapped. At the same time, Flip dragged the woman's hair back and plunged a long knife through the side of her throat before dragging it out. She gurgled and thrashed weakly at the wound in her neck. Both of them fell to the ground, dead, even as their commander whirled. His grip tightened on his axe, and he growled. Good day, said Oris cheerily. Forgive us for surprising you, though to be fair, you tried to surprise us first, said Flip. An excellent point, Flip, said Oris, nodding at him as though she had not thought of that. In truth, we would have greeted you at once, but we don't enjoy being outnumbered. You're on the other side of that coin now, said Flip. Wouldn't you agree it's uncomfortable? They might not have spoken at all, for all the commander paid any heed to their words. He never removed his gaze from Oris, even when Flip was the one speaking. Now he stepped forward, straightening slightly. You have come from Wellmont, he said. You were at the battle there a month ago. Was it a month ago? Yes. Yes, it was. Maybe it was longer than a month ago. Yeah, that's good. You were at the battle there 6 weeks ago. You were in the battle there 6 weeks ago. A shadow passed over Oris's expression, but Flip did not seem bothered in the least. He stepped slightly to the side, putting himself closer to the man's line of vision. I'm sorry, friend, he said easily. I don't know that you fully understand your situation at the moment. There's only one I don't know that you fully understand your predicament. There's only one reason we haven't yet sent you to join your friends in the dark below. We want you to tell us who sent you after us and why. Which company do you work for? The brute spat. No company, he said. An order. Now it was Flip's turn to look perturbed for a moment, but he rallied quickly. I only know of one lot who call themselves an order, and you're no Red Cloak. We'll give you a last chance. Who sent you? Tell us and you can run. Keep quiet and we'll kill you, and then we'll find them anyway. The commander bared his teeth in a savage grin. You are welcome to try. He crouched in a fighting stance. Come and test me if you think you have the mettle. Oris looked to Flip with an arched brow. Confident this one, she said. It seems his masters did not tell him about you. Flip shrugged and raised his hands. He will learn. Oris stepped back and leaned against a tree. Flip's eyes glowed wide and his feet shifted on the forest floor. Under his breath he muttered words in a strange tongue and flames sprang to life in his palms. With a sweep of his arms he sent the fire arcing forth. Its heat scorched the ground. The flames rushed to envelop the stranger and then they split. As though they had met an invisible wedge, they divided into two waves and arced around the brute. In a moment they had died away, leaving him untouched. The brute's bright teeth showed in a grin. Oris frowned. Flip, don't play with your food. Flip gave her a quick glance, his brow a confused twist. Never mind. He widened his stance once more, and the glow returned to his eyes. This time when he put forth his hands, they crackled with pale blue lightning. It bounced and jittered around his fingers as he bent them, unleashing the lightning into his foe. But the bolt stopped just short of the brute. In midair it bent, slamming harmlessly into the ground. Again the brute smiled, and then he advanced. Oris, said Flip, his voice shaking. Oris sprang towards him, but the brute was faster. He seized the front of Flip's coat and slammed his forehead into the wizard's. Flip went slack in his grip, stunned. Gripping his axe near the head, the brute raised the weapon to drag it across Flip's throat. Just before he could, Oris reached him. With a slash of her sword, she knocked the axe back, drawing a snarl from the brute. He dropped Flip, who fell to the ground with a grunt. 3 times Oris swiped at him, driving him back a step at a time. Thrice Oris swiped at him, driving him back a step at a time. Though he was much larger than he was Though larger than she was, he was just as... Though he was larger than Oris, he was just as fast. Despite being larger than Oris, he was just as fast. Each time her blade licked forward, the haft of his axe was there to meet it, or he dodged aside. At last he pressed his own attack, a savage swing that nearly took Oris's arm off. She stepped back to avoid it, and with two hands she slammed her sword into the axe head, knocking it towards the ground. But he came for her again, and now she was the one who had to retreat. She stepped left as she did, circling around him. Circling him to keep him away from Flip. He brought the axe around and up, slashing down towards her face. Oris barely got her blade up to knock it to the side. As the axe slammed into the ground, she drove her fist into his nose with a satisfying crunch. The brute cursed and recoiled, and Oris took a moment to catch her breath. Not only was the man stronger... The brute cursed and recoiled, and Oris took a moment to catch her breath. To her dismay, he did not seem winded in the least. He was more than her match, so she grinned at him. "Well, you're more of a challenge than your friends were," she said. "Now, before I finish you off, do you have a name?" He gave a single grunting laugh, seemingly despite himself. "Before you finish me off, you're foolish and arrogant in equal measure. I'm Enfill, and when I drain the life from your veins, I shall secure my place in history and be raised in my father's estimation forever." This was so unexpected that Oris blinked twice. "You what?" "Friend, I'm afraid you've come after the wrong person if you think my death shall earn you any accolades." Enfill's lip curled. "Do you lie, or are you ignorant? I suppose it matters little. Your death nears regardless, as does the rise of my star." Oris raised a finger. "Except for one thing. You've let me distract you." Enfill did not have time to look confused before Flip drove a dagger into his lower back. The brute roared in pain. His spine arched, and the axe fell from his limp fingers as they reached futilely for the wizard behind him. Flip wore a grim little smile, despite the heavy bruise now darkening most of his face. "Apologies," he said. "Your conversation bored me. If you're going to threaten someone, at least be imaginative about it." Oris lunged. Her sword drove into Enfill's stomach and up through the ribs. Now the brute jerked forwards, threatening to double over. But even as he bled out over... But even as his blood gushed over Oris's hands, his plate-sized... But even as his blood gushed over Oris, his plate-sized hands gripped her throat. He started to squeeze. The smell of his sweat now mixed with the coppery scent of blood and bile as his breath washed over her face. "None of that," rasped Oris. Her hand found the dagger at her belt. She plunged it into Enfill's temple. His grip on her neck slackened. For one moment he kept his feet. Then he fell to the ground, eyes lifeless. "He had some guts in him," said Flip. "He had some guts in him," said Flip. "Less of them now," said Oris. Her voice came hoarse, and she rubbed gently at her throat. It felt like it would bruise. "What was that business with your magic?" she asked, as she knelt and drew both her weapons out of Enfill's corpse. Fresh blood leaked out of him, soaking into the loamy ground. Flip's smirk dampened. "Tell the truth, I don't know. That's never happened before." "Now, don't lie," said Oris. "I've heard from many lovers that you have trouble performing." He punched her in the shoulder, which was a bit like a mouse trying to slap a horse. "Never, not once, have you heard such a filthy lie. I pay them too much for them to spread that kind of slander." Oris chuckled and turned away from the body. "Speaking of which, we should check on Kara and Ombi. They may not be harmed, but they're likely rattled." Flip walked with her, stretching his arms and rolling his head in a slow circle. "If they are, I'll soon becalm them. Nothing like a little fear to get the blood pumping, so to speak. Care to trade partners?" Neither of them noticed the body as it began to stir behind them, but the skin on Oris's arms began to itch, and she scratched them absent-mindedly. Oris waved a hand in a shooing motion. "I don't care to, no. Kara is quite skilled, but I'm pleased with Ombi these days, thank you. I know it, said Flip, his grin widening. Neither of you is quiet about it. Silently, Enfill rose to his feet. And why should we be quiet, said Oris, quelling a grin as she thought of the last few nights. There's no one around to hear except you and Kara, and you're hardly shy about noise yourselves. Only because of the competition, said Flip, his face a perfect picture of indignation. The way you grunt and groan and... A fist crashed into the back of his head like a boulder. He fell to the ground, senseless. Oris whirled. She scarcely saw Enfill's bloody bared teeth before he seized her. His hands clapped. His hands gripped the sides of her head, and he slammed his forehead into hers. Stars exploded in her vision as she fell on her back in the dirt. You learned no lesson from me, rumbled Enfill. He knelt, straddling Oris, and his hands wrapped around her throat. You let yourself get distracted, and now it is time for your end. Oris could scarcely understand what was happening. Enfill's face and body were still covered in sticky red. The cloying scent of gore washed over her, making her gag, but there were no other signs of the wounds she and Flip had given him. His head was whole. There was not even a scratch where she had gutted him. Her hands wrapped around his fingers, trying desperately to pull them away, but his thumbs were pressing harder, tighter into her windpipe. Oris's vision was fading, and a darkness crept into the edges. How, she managed to gasp. Enfill grinned. Blood dripped from his lips to spatter on Oris's cheek. My father's gifts are mighty, but that no longer matters to you. Sleep. Let life end. Dark take me if I will, thought Oris. Her sword was trapped under Enfill's knees, so she drew her dagger. She plunged it into Enfill's side. The brute growled, but he held on. Oris dragged the dagger out and stuck him again, and then again, but each stab came weaker, each shallower. I'm not dying here, Oris thought savagely. I don't know where I'm meant to die, but it won't be some backwater forest. Yet the darkness grew thicker, her thoughts swam, and Enfill's grip kept tightening. Footsteps, someone running. Enfill glanced to his right. A heavy boot swung to kick him heavily in the jaw. The brute's grip released as he fell back. Oris gasped, the darkness retreating, and rolled on her side, clutching at her throat once more. She rolled on her side, clutching at her throat once more. Flip, but that was not his boot. Oris barely had the presence of mind to look up. Above her was a woman. She was short and slight, but wiry with muscle. Her plain traveling clothes looked dusty and worn from many leagues. Around her was wrapped a green half-cloak that ended at her rump, with its hood thrown back to reveal golden hair, long but braided and done up now. At her sides hung two short swords that looked to be of fine craftship. Silently had she come and silently struck. Still she made no sound as she drew her blades, swinging them in one quick circle. Their fine steel glinted in the shafts of sunlight that filtered through the trees. Enfill looked up at her with a savage growl. More blood ran from his nose to join the red streaks from his earlier wounds. Who in the dark are you? The woman did not answer. She stalked towards him, blades held ready. Enfill glanced over. His axe lay a few paces away, abandoned after Oris and Flip had gutted him. Now he dove for it, throwing himself across the ground on hands and knees. He reached out. The woman darted for him, and as he stretched for the axe, her blade came down and cut off his hand. Enfill screamed, falling on his back and clutching the stump of his wrist, but before he could take his next breath, the woman kicked him hard in the side of the face. Enfill rolled over, now face down, still clutching his arm. The woman flipped her swords around to hold them reversed. With a savage strike, she drove them into Enfill's back. The blades pierced his shoulders, sliding through them and into the ground, pinning him. As Enfill cried out, his voice muffled by the ground, the woman knelt and seized his hair. Pulling it up, she revealed a tattoo on the back of his neck. Oris had never seen the design before. It was like a circular, never-ending knot woven of brambles. The woman drew a dagger and began to cut the tattoo out of his skin. If Enfill had cried out before, now he screamed loud enough to tear his throat. But try as he might, he could not rise, not with the blades pinning his arm to the ground and the weight of the woman kneeling on him between his shoulders. In a moment, the grisly work was done. The woman tossed the tattoo lightly aside. Then she stood and drew her blades from Enfill's back. His screams subsided to be replaced by agonized whimpers. Miak! Greetings! Father, it came out as a piteous moan. The woman brought the swords back around and cut off his head. The woods fell to utter silence. It lasted for several long moments. Oris stared at Enfill's body, half expecting it to move again, to rise and take its revenge on the woman, but nothing happened. Slowly, Oris levered herself up, rising to her feet. I thank you, I suppose, she said. Her voice was thick and rough from Enfill's grip. Though I don't think I know you. The woman smiled at her. No, you do not. Not yet. Oris nodded towards Enfel's corpse. How did you? The woman pointed at the flap of skin that still lay on the ground. It was the tattoo. The ink is made of mage stones, and it contains a powerful enchantment. The spell linked him to his lord, and while it did, death could not claim him. You should get your friend up. Oris had to blink several times at this. She did not know what a mage stone was, and she had never heard of enchantments like this. This was powerful stuff, and an altogether different sort of magic than she was used to from Flip. Which brought to mind the most important question. She would have understood if Enfil had come here for Flip. He was wealthy and powerful, both because of his magic and because of his family. But Enfil had not come for Flip. He had come for Oris. Why? Before answering that, though, the woman was right about one thing. Flip still lay unconscious on the ground. Oris went to him and rolled him over, slapping his cheeks gently until his eyes fluttered open. What is that? He grumbled, blinking up at her. Oh, you're alive. I suppose we won, then. My face went magestone. After a fashion, said Oris. Come, we have a new friend. I like new friends, said Flip. He lifted a hand which Oris seized and used to pull him to his feet. For a moment he groaned and swayed, but slowly he steadied himself. Flip looked the woman over, and then he spent a long moment... I especially like new friends who look like that. Hello, friend. Should I call you anything in particular? You can call me Sylvan, said the woman. Sylvan, said Flip, like the daughter of Ren of the Sunmane. Sylvan inclined her head. So I have been led to believe. Calm yourself, said. So I have been led to believe. A princely name for a princely woman. Calm yourself, said Oris, folding her arms. You said we can call you that. Is that your name? Sylvan smiled. Oris found her brilliant green eyes very distracting when she did that. Why would you think otherwise? Your camp is this way, I believe? So saying, she sheathed her swords, scooped up the flap of skin with the tattoo, and marched off between the trees towards the camp. Oris and Flip looked at each other. Do you? Said Oris, waving a hand in the direction Sylvan had gone. Never seen her before, said Flip. At least not that I recall, but I sometimes get quite drunk behind the blue door. She isn't a lover, Flip, said Oris, rolling her eyes. Come on, let's get after her. It's past time we checked on Ombi and Kara besides. Together they trotted towards the camp. They reached the edge of the clearing just as Sylvan approached the tents. Ombi and Kara dressed themselves, but only partially, and they were enjoying the fire. They glanced up curiously as Sylvan came to them, and Ombi smiled. Good day, he said to her. You seem friendlier than the last uninvited guests who came here. I can be very friendly, said Sylvan. You are both lovers, currently in the employ of these two, are you not? She pointed back to Oris and Flip. Kara arched an eyebrow. We are? Not any more, said Sylvan. I beg your pardon, said Flip, his casual smirk vanishing in an instant. Sylvan ignored him. From a pouch at her belt she drew 6 gold weights. These she tossed to Ombi and Kara, 3 each, and they caught the coins deftly. 3 weights a night is a bit above the usual rate, if I am not mistaken, said Sylvan. Indeed, said Kara, nonplussed, but we are in no need of charity. We are happy with our employment and have no wish to cease it. Oh, said Sylvan, placing a hand to her chest. Forgive me, I was not as clear as I might have been. I'm not paying you to stop entertaining them. I am paying you to entertain me. The lover's eyes widened. Flip and Oris had gone stock still. You can't do that, cried Flip. Sylvan smirked at him. I'm afraid I very much can. The king's law is quite clear on this subject. Oop. I'm afraid I very much can. The king's law is quite clear on this subject. But Kara, said Flip, have I not been good to you and generous? Kara raised the coins. Not this generous. Oris stepped over to Flip and took his arm. Let it go, she said quietly. She is only trying to rile you. It's working, said Flip, dropping his voice to a growl. If the arrangement is satisfactory, then let us retire, said Sylvan. Comfort is especially sweet after killing. We can use that tent. That is my tent, said Flip. I'm not taking it, said Sylvan, merely borrowing it. My thanks. She strode to it and... She strode to it and threw back the flap. Ombi and Kara hurried inside. Sylvan paused for one moment longer, looking up at Oris and giving her a wink. Then she clambered in after the lovers. Oris and Flip stood there for a long moment, rooted to the spot and looking at the tent flap. Who in the dark below is this sow? Cried Flip. Oris shook her head and made off towards the nearby stream to clean her body and her blade. Erica! Greetings! Rhea! Yes, doing another sprint. Next one will be sprint and then lunch. As Enfil's life fled him far away in a forgotten castle, the glow of magic left the Lord's eyes. His fingers splayed across the desk, and he leaned back in his chair. "Oh, Enfil," he said softly, "my poor child." For a moment he allowed himself to bow his head and weep, but soon he forced himself to focus. So he had found her, but she had not shown any signs of her but she had not shown any sign of her power. And she had not recognized anything Enfil had said to her. He'd guessed correctly then. She did not know the truth about herself. That meant she was doomed. It would have been preferable for Enfil to succeed, of course. His loss was a grievous blow, for the Lord loved all his children. But destiny was more important than any one person. It was greater than any of the Lord's adherents, greater even than the Lord himself. This was not the end. It would only require a slightly different set of steps now. With a weary sigh, the Lord sent for another of his children. Chapter 3. Over the walls of Cabris, the city of Cabris, 8 months from now. A guard leaned on the ramparts above the gatehouse. Her name was Henty, and she felt the lateness of the hour in her bones and eyelids. The midnight hour had nearly come. No guards in Cabris enjoyed being on the night shift, but Henty had a particular distaste for it. It was nearly impossible for her to sleep during the daylight hours, and so she was even more tired throughout the night. Sometimes she was paired with a partner, and if they were amenable, the two of them could trade naps throughout the night. But now she was on watch alone, and risking even a light doze was risky. That could lead to sleeping the night away. And if anyone found her sleeping on her post, she might lose her position and spend a few days in a cell besides. So she pinched herself and slapped herself to stay awake, rising occasionally to walk the few paces that carried her from one end of the gatehouse to the other. The gate was secured for the night, and the land beyond the wall was dark, with only a few faint glints of light to show the houses of farmers and others who lived in the countryside. It was a different story inside the wall. Light flooded Cabris, like a sky full of stars spread out across the cobblestones and dirt. But looking at it too long ruined Henty's vision in the dark, and so she kept her eyes fixed on the lands without. "Not that there's anything to see," she grumbled quietly. And then a form swooped at her out of the darkness. At first Henty thought it was a great black bird, like a raven of human size. Then she realized it was a figure in a flowing black cloak. They had scaled the wall. Thin but strong fingers had Henty in their grip before she could even think of drawing a weapon. They seized the front of Henty's tunic and pushed her against the ramparts. Henty could see nothing but long hair beneath the hood, raven black like the cloak. "What in the—" Henty cried out. "Be silent," hissed the figure, a girl's voice. Such was the strength of will in her words that Henty fell quiet. The girl glanced towards the back of the gatehouse. Looking to see if anyone had heard. Then she reached up and drew back her hood. Now Henty saw the raven-black hair hung loose and long beyond the shoulders. The girl's skin was pale and her features were fine and sharp, but her eyes drew the most attention. They were a brilliant green that shone in the torchlight, and they had a strange piercing quality to them that took Henty's breath away. It was almost, but not quite, like the glow in a wizard's eyes when they cast spells. "Do you know who I am?" murmured the girl, and Henty did. The cloak, the features, and especially the eyes told her. The Nightblade. "Very good," said the Nightblade. "My companions and I have come to Cabris on the High King's business. It is important that no one knows we are here. You are going to open the gate for us, and you are going to keep quiet about it. Do you understand?" But the gate, I am not supposed to open it at night," stammered Henty. The Nightblade's eyes seemed to bore straight into her skull. "Who do you work for?" "My lady," said Henty, confused. "You are a servant of the law," said the Nightblade. "Whose law is it?" "The High King's, my lady," said Henty. "And who do I serve?" Henty swallowed hard. "The High King." "Very good. My words are hers. My orders are hers. Open the gate." She released Henty's tunic. Henty doubled over, gasping, and when she straightened, the girl had vanished. Whirling, Henty searched the darkness, but she was alone atop the gatehouse. Still shaking and muttering to herself, Henty descended the stairs to the gate winch. After disengaging the catch, she hauled at the wheel until the gate had lifted enough to let a horse pass. Then she darted outside into the night. Slowly they began to come through. Beside the Nightblade there was another girl who looked to be around the same age, dressed in a plain, sensible blue outfit. There was a man in clothes that had probably been fancy before they became dirty and worn out. There were also 2 young children, much to Henty's surprise. The first was a boy of about 10 years, with swarthy skin and tousled hair. He looked like a gutter urchin, but in clothes much too high for his station. Then there was a girl with skin and hair as black as the night around her, plump in an elegant dress that bore none of the signs of traveler wear that the others in her party did. Once they were inside, Henty closed the gate behind them. The Nightblade turned to her. "What is your name?" "Henty, my lady." "I've seen enough Henty to know where this is going." The Nightblade's lips twisted, and for the first time giving the faint hint of a smile. Thank you, Henty. You have served the king's law well this night. Remember, no one must know we are here or that we came this way. Henty nodded vigorously. I will never speak of it, my lady. I swear it. Not even your superiors in the city guard. Henty nodded vigorously. I will never speak of it, my lady, I swear it. I believe you, said the Nightblade. Then she turned and melted with her companions into the streets of the city. Henty stood there a good while longer, trying to calm her racing pulse. I thought she would piss herself, said the boy Jem. He had been wise enough at least not to grin when they were at the gate, but the moment they were away his smile had spread wide enough to split his face. Maybe she did, said Weil, the man in worn clothing. His nose curled and he looked disdainfully at the city around them. The way this place smells, I doubt we would be able to tell. It is hardly any worse than Bertram, said Annis, the plump girl. Yet while she spoke in defense of the city, her prim nose was raised and she seemed to be taking shallow breaths. None in the party would have blamed her. Cabras's river was narrow and weak, and the air was stagnant and rank, even this early in spring. I do not know that we needed to be so harsh with her, said Carrie, the girl Lauren's age. We are servants of the king's law, after all. I think she would have obeyed even if we had not frightened her half to death. The party fell silent. Carrie had said we, but they all knew who she was speaking to. Lauren of the family Nelda, Nightblade of the High King, ignored the comment. She kept her gaze trained forwards, only sweeping it a little bit left and right to keep an eye out for strangers or threats. Only sweeping it a little bit left and right to keep an eye out for danger. There was none to be found. Unlike many of the larger cities she had traveled through, Cabras slept reasonably well. The only folk active here tonight would be urchins and thieves, and they would either be sneaking through the sewers or leaping from rooftop to rooftop. In either case, they would be sneaking through the sewers or leaping from rooftop to rooftop. In either case, they would want to avoid being seen by anyone on the street, which meant they would also... In either case, they would want no business with anyone on the street. No one would trouble their passage. No one would trouble the passage of Lauren or her friends. Soft firelight and the glow of candles revealed my daughter and my son. What's up?
Hi, stream. Hi, streamers.
I only have 30 seconds left, so I gotta... What's the deal?
Just wanted to say hi to my favorite dad.
Oh, thanks, sweetheart. Thanks, buddy. Bye. Love you. Bye. Close the door. Ah, fuck. Soft firelight and the glow of candles spilled from many doors and windows to gently illuminate the street, but most of the buildings had upper floors and these were unlit. They loomed over... They loomed over the party, seeming almost to lean forwards and block the stars from view overhead. It made the air feel even more stuffy and oppressive, so that sweat gathered at the collars of... so that sweat dampened everyone's collars, despite the evening's cool air. Despite the cool... evening air. Lauren did not remember the city being this cloying when last she had been here, even though that had been in the middle of last summer. Nope. Okay, and that is where we will take our break. I've got to get myself a snack. My stomach is making quite the complaints at me. So I'm going to do that. I will be back in a couple of minutes. We got a 10-minute break. If you are working with me, take this time to get out of your chair, move your body around, keep things nice and limber. Ugh. Okay, break ran ever so slightly long. Had to make myself some fresh coffee with all the unfair media coffee. Here we go. After silence had stretched a bit too long to be considered comfortable, Annis cleared her throat softly. I do not know these streets as well as I might, she said, but I remember the Wormwing Inn from our last visit. Should we make our way there? No, said Lauren at once. It is too fine a place. Wile's brows arched, and he ran his dark fingers through his shoulder-length black hair. You have the coin for it, I know, for I gave you those weights myself. Lauren restrained a weary sigh. You gave us nothing. You paid us. You paid us, and may have underpaid, for goods at an agreed-upon price. Underpaid, said Weil, placing a hand to his chest and widening his eyes as though affronted. How could you accuse me of such a thing? Whatever have I done to make you think I would deal with you unfairly? This time Lauren did not restrain her sigh. Carrie, meanwhile, seemed to be fighting a smile. In any case, said Carrie, I believe Lauren's reasoning was otherwise. Finer establishments have many eyes, and those eyes rest in heads heavy with privilege and power. If we wish to pass through Cabrish unnoticed, a meaner tavern might serve us better. Lauren gave her a grateful smile. Just so, she said. I'm happy one person at least has not forgotten the value of secrecy. Carrie nodded and turned to look forwards again. Lauren could not be sure in the darkness, but she thought she saw a slight flush in the other girl's cheeks. Carrie, like Weil, had only ridden with Lauren a short time, but already Lauren had come to greatly value her company. She had no qualms about openly disagreeing with Lauren, yet she always said so in a way that softened the sting of the argument. And once she had said her piece, she followed Lauren's orders regardless. It often made her a more useful sort of adviser than Jem or Annis, whose youth meant they treated Lauren more as a parent to be followed. It often made her a more useful sort of adviser than Jem or Annis, whose youth meant they treated Lauren more as a parent to be followed. And it was a far sight better than Weil, whose chief contribution was complaining, except in the specific circumstances where his contacts were helpful, which was why Lauren had brought him along in the first place. Annis sighed. Well, I am not happy to spend my night in a place full of biting fleas and empty of friendly faces, she said. But if that is our lot, then we should find one quickly. I do not know about the rest of you, but I am weary to the point of collapse. I could stay up Jem's words melted into a broad yawn. A while longer, he finished weakly. But that leaves us with the same issue, said Annis. I do not know Cabris, and so I do not know where we should... A flash. A man ducks into the back door of an inn, dragging the door shut behind him, but Lauren jams her boot into the gap. The man recoils in surprise as Lauren follows him inside and closes the door. Well met again, wizard, she says. A flash. Lauren passes through the inn's common room. Well met again, wizard, she says. A flash. Lauren passes through the inn's common room with the wizard and Jem. A fire burns in the far wall, throwing smoky orange light upon the floor. The glow does not seem to find all the corners, and within those places Lauren sees the dark shapes of patrons. A flash. Lauren and Jem leave the inn through the same back door where they had entered. As they walk away, Lauren has a thought and asks Jem the inn's name. The Elf's Purse, he says. It sounds vaguely familiar to Lauren, though she cannot recall why. The vision disappeared, and yet one sensation remained, the feeling of familiarity, that the name of the Elf's Purse was one she had heard before. But she had never heard it before that night. The familiarity, it was now, yet it had resonated in her mind then. Lauren's legs began to shake. She stopped walking in the street, and she leaned heavily on Midnight, her fingers tightening on the horse's bridle. The rest of the party had come to a stop all around her, all of them looking at her in concern. had come to a stop around her. "Lauren," said Carrie, "what is wrong?" "Nothing," said Lauren at once. "Anne is not the only one who is tired. Jem, do you remember when we found Zane at that place in the heart of the city, the Elf's Purse?" Jem nodded slowly. "I do, but that is a good distance away. There are many other places we might hide for the night, and they are closer." "No," said Lauren, "we will stay at the Elf's Purse." The finality in her tone was unmistakable. Recognition dawned in Jem's and Annis's expressions. Jem nodded. "Very well, the Elf's Purse it is." "Then lead us there, and the quicker the better." Before long, Jem had them turn right and head southeast, weaving through the streets with practiced ease. He had grown up here, after all. Carrie had not missed Lauren's momentary spell. Despite Lauren trying to pass it off, Carrie had taken notice of her momentary spell. The girl's eyes kept drifting to Lauren and studying her face. Lauren tried to keep her gaze fixed downward. Tried to keep her... burp. Tried to keep her eyes fixed forwards and her expression unconcerned, as though she did not even notice Carrie's attention. The truth, however, was that it was making her self-conscious. Carrie seemed to be growing more and more suspicious of Lauren's sometimes strange decisions, and what was stranger to an outsider was that whenever Lauren seemed particularly certain about an odd decision, Jem and Annis went along with her without question. Part of that was because they were children, and Lauren had been like an older sister to them for close to a year now. Part of that was because they were children and they'd been following Lauren for close to a year now, but part of it was that Jem and Annis knew things about Lauren that Carrie did not. At least not yet, not until tonight. Lauren shuddered as a cold feeling crept down her spine. Again a vision threatened to overtake her senses, but this time she held it off. Jem turned one last corner, and there it was. The inn stood before them, looking entirely unchanged from the last time Lauren had seen it. The sign hanging over the door proclaimed it to be the Elf's Purse, or at least Lauren had to take the boy's word that it did, for she had never learned to read. "Weil and Jem, will you see to the horses?" she said. "I will secure our room." "Certainly," said Jem, coming forward to take Midnight's reins. "I suppose," grumbled Weil. He did not enjoy playing the role of porter. It was one reason Lauren asked him to do it so often. It was one reason Lauren had him do it so often. "Carrie and Annis," said Lauren, gesturing towards the door. "Of course," said Annis. "Maybe I should see if the rate for rooms can be negotiated." "Not this time, I think," said Lauren. "It is wisest to put you to the fore when we are in some place like the Wormwing Inn, where niceties and high station are more valuable. The folk here are more apt to respect a strong arm and a sharp dagger." "So long as we are only displaying them for show," said Carrie, arching an eyebrow. Lauren gave her most charming smile. "Of course," she said. Carrie rolled her eyes and followed Lauren inside. The common room was just as she remembered it. Again the corners were dark and free of firelight, and again the patrons there gave a quick glance upwards and then looked away again. It seemed less that they were interested in any new arrivals, and more that they wanted to ensure new arrivals were not interested in them. Lauren pushed her way through the crowded room to the bar at the back where the innkeeper waited for them. He was a portly man with a good-natured face and a clean-shaven chin. Lauren searched her memory for his name as he gave her an affable smile. "Good eve, my lady," he said, eyeing the fine weave of her cloak. "How may I serve you?" "It is Burton, is it not?" said Lauren. His bushy brows jumped like caterpillars poked with a stick. "Barton, my lady, but your guess is close enough to honor and shame me all at once, for I am afraid I do not recall you in turn." Lauren reached up and drew back the hood of her cloak. "Worry not, I have only come here once before, and then briefly. I was with a secretive friend." She saw his eyes light up. "Of course," he said. "It was brief, as you say, yet I remember." Yet I remember. "It was brief, as you say, and you have grown somewhat since, yet I remember." He gave a surreptitious glance around the room and leaned over the bar to speak quietly. "And how is your friend?" "Quite well indeed," said Lauren with a smile. "You may remember he was in... You recall that he was in some trouble when last he visited." Barton snorted. "Around the room!" Ah, Barton snorted. Some trouble hardly begins to describe it, but then he never lived what one would call a safe life. So I've been led to believe, said Lauren, but that has been sorted out, and now he lives upon the seat with the honor of the High King herself. Again Barton's bushy brows jumped. Does he now? Well, sky above. Let me fetch cups and some wine, for that deserves a toast, and at my treat. Lauren joined him in the toast, and then she gave him enough coin to secure 3 rooms for the night with a warning that she might stay some time more. Soon enough, Jem and Weil joined them inside, and then they all made their way to the rooms upstairs. When he heard that they had 3 rooms, Jem looked to Lauren in surprise. 3 rooms, he said. Why 3? A small flush crept up Lauren's neck. If you will remember, the rooms here are quite small, she said. It will be easier for 2 to share a bed than 3, and I think Weil would like his own, for we all know your snores are louder than a bear's. Jem puffed out his chest. Large snores denote the size of the heart within my chest. I'm not ashamed of it. Of course, said Lauren, managing to keep a straight face as she turned to Annis. Do you mind sharing with Jem? Something glinted in Annis's eye, and the flush threatened to return to Lauren's neck. Certainly not, said the girl. I am fortunate not to be troubled by the noises of others when I rest, though I am a little nervous that we will be unprotected. Jem has the sword, said Lauren, and your room shall be between ours and Weil's. Nothing will endanger you without us hearing it. Then my fears are assuaged, said Annis. In that case, I wish to go straight to bed before I collapse asleep on the floor. They all stowed their packs, and Weil and Jem fetched themselves some food. Neither Lauren nor Carrie were very hungry, and so once their things were settled, they rested in their room, and there was only one bed. Carrie sitting on the bed against the wall, Lauren taking the chair on the opposite wall. For a long... Lauren... at the head of... Carrie sitting at the head of the bed, Lauren taking the chair on the opposite wall from it. For a long while they sat there, neither of them talking nor doing anything. The room was small and simple but clean, with only a faint smell of must, easily overpowered by the scent of whatever was cooking downstairs. They had lit a candle on the bedside table. Lauren wondered if this might be the very room where she had hidden from the King's Law all those months ago. She could not quite remember. She studied her fingernails, picking at them occasionally with her cooking knife. Whenever she glanced up, she found Carrie studying her curiously. Well, said Carrie at last, what did you want to talk to me about? Lauren blinked at her. Why do you think I wanted to talk to you about anything? Carrie's mouth twisted. Your answers to Annis were too smooth. You lie too well for anyone to hear a falsehood in your voice, and I am no exception, but your manner is not altogether inscrutable. You lie so well that no one can hear a falsehood in your voice, and I am no exception, but your manner is not altogether inscrutable. When you plan something in advance, you think through all the questions and counter-arguments someone might have. Kage Furikusama! Welcome to the stream! Then when those points are raised, your answers come quick and smooth to the point of glibness. Come quick to the point of glibness. Now Lauren could not stop the color from flooding her cheeks. That is astute of you, though I should not be surprised. I will have to think of that when I wish to deceive you in the future. Carrie did not seem insulted by that, but only gave a small smile. Glibness sounds weird? Well, I apologize. Lauren had intended to speak on, but now words would not come to her lips. She stood, removed her cloak, and hung it on a hook by the room's door. Then she unlaced the cuffs of her new shirt, the one Annis had procured for her in Danfon. It was a good deal finer than the simple tunics and workers' vests she had grown up in, and she was still unaccustomed to such quality of clothing. She rolled the sleeves up to her elbows, baring the wiry curves of her forearms, and went to sit at the foot of the bed, her legs hanging down to the floor. Carrie kept studying her the whole time, and Lauren was painfully aware of it. Keenly. Keen? I'm looking for a better... Lauren... this is the first... It's not the first, but these two are in a slow burn. Slow burn. Many books. Slow burn. And so Carrie kept studying her the whole time. Carrie studied her all the while, and Lauren was keenly aware of it. I'm looking for the perfect word to denote her awareness. I originally said was painfully aware of it, but it's not a bad sensation. She is paying very close attention to Carrie's attention. I like acutely aware. I don't mind acutely aware. And I really do have to make a selection and move on, because I'm not gonna waste the rest of this work period agonizing over one word. But I want a bit of yearning in there. Like, I almost want to say desperately aware of it, but that's too much. Yearningly aware of it. Thirstily aware of it. Achingly aware of it. Cravingly aware, right? My writing software is Scrivener, Kage Furukusama. Sorely aware of it. Sorely aware of it. That is exactly it. It's like just a little bit of pain, just a little bit of want, you know? Sorely aware of it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, that's good. Yeah. I feel like just the right reader is going to be like, I get you. I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Carrie studied her all the while, and Lauren was sorely aware of it. You have noticed strange things since you joined our little troop, said Lauren. I noticed them before I joined you. Curiosity was a powerful factor in my asking to come with you. I noticed them before I joined you, said Carrie. Curiosity was a powerful factor in my asking to come with you. Slowly, Lauren shook her head. Yes, well, you have a disadvantage among us, and it is not fair to you. Because the children know things I do not. Because the children know things I do not, said Carrie. Lauren tried to still her hands as they shook in her lap. Yes, because of that. Why would you not tell me, Lauren? What do you fear in my eyes? But this time the room remained silent. Lauren's breathing grew rapid and shallow. She glanced up at Carrie. Do you have questions? Carrie cocked her head slightly. Of course I do, Lauren. Everything on this journey, everything in our tale is surrounded by questions. But I am wise enough, at least, to know that asking them at the wrong time could be harmful. Harmful to who? Harmful to me? Lauren had to force the words out. Not just to you, but yes. Well, the time has come for you to have some answers at least, said Lauren. So, ask. Carrie looked surprised. And will you answer any questions I ask? Why are we here? Why do the children look at you that way? Why can you not? How do you know you can trust it or yourself or anyone? Lauren had to stand and turn away from Carrie to still her whirling mind. She took a deep breath. You could not ask me anything I am not willing to answer. Carrie sat forwards and crossed her legs, letting her hands dangle over her knees. Well, if I do so, please can tell me. Please can tell me. Well, if I do so, please tell me, but let us try. Why are we here? Lauren responded almost too quickly. We're here because I think this is where we'll find our next clue to Damaris's whereabouts. You have said that, said Carrie. I have not questioned it, yet sometimes the children do, and when that happens, you merely repeat that is what you think. Lauren nodded, because it is. And then the children listen, and they do as you bid them. But their eyes, yes, said Lauren, their eyes. Why do the children look at you that way? It was the hardest question, the one that required the most difficult answer. Lauren had only told it to 3 people, the 3 people she cared about most in all the world, and one of them was dead now, in part because of it. The children look at me that way, said Lauren, because they know about my dreams. Carrie stared at her. Your dreams, she repeated. Most of the time, yes. Sometimes it is a vision with my waking eyes. A vision, said Carrie. Again, it was not a question. I see things, said Lauren. Rarely is it plain. They are like flashes of action, of people and places I have never seen, or of things I have never done, but in time they reveal themselves to me again, and I realize I have been given a glimpse into what is to come. Carrie was silent. Lauren waited until the right moment. Lauren, many people have dreams they think are real, said Carrie. Lauren, many people have dreams they think are real, said Lauren at the exact same time in the same tone of voice. Carrie's eyes went wide. What are you doing? She said, and Lauren said it with her. Carrie leaped off the bed, hands balled to fists. Lauren, stop. Lauren choked her own words off. I am sorry. You saw it, said Carrie, her voice shaking. You saw what I was going to say? This entire conversation, said Lauren. Some details are less clear, but in that precise moment I could see that saying your own words at the same time would help convince you. But in that precise moment I could see that saying your own words at the same time would help convince you, and for some reason it is important that tonight I tell you this and that you believe me. That is how it goes most of the time. That is how it goes most of the time. I do not recognize the vision until it is time for me to act. Carrie walked to the window. She looked down into the street below. Someone Lauren could not see walked by with a torch, and she studied the orange glow playing across Carrie's soft features, her high cheekbones, the corner of her mouth. Carrie turned back and opened her mouth as if to speak. Then she paused. Carrie turned back and looked as if she was about to speak. Then she paused, looking at Lauren with trepidation. Speak freely, said Lauren. I will not do it again. That was just a sort of trick to help you understand. I suppose I can see the reason in that, said Carrie quietly. All right, then. We are on a hunt. If you can see the path laid out before you, it seems that things should be easier. You should be able to see the swiftest way to find Damaris. Why can you not? Lauren grimaced. This answer was easier, but even less pleasant, because it does not work that way. Chet, she swallowed hard past a sudden lump in her throat. Chet used to ask me the same thing. When we searched for Damaris across Veldemar and then in Dorsey, he kept asking me why my visions did not show me where to find her. The answer is that I do not know. My visions, it seems to me that they have a mind of their own. They seem to have a mind of their own. They choose what to show me and when. I cannot simply demand an answer and have it presented to me. I am being guided down a path, led in a certain direction. That path has brought you to many dark places, said Carrie. She dropped her voice almost to a whisper. And it has cost you a great deal. Has it? Said Lauren bitterly, staring down at her hands. It seems to have spared me for the most part, and been cruel only to others. Yet I feel compelled to follow regardless. Always I am guided in the right direction, if not exactly to the destination I wish. Chet fell because I was in Danfon, but so did Gregor, and we stopped a kingdom from falling. Yet you did not go to Danfon to help the kingdom, said Carrie. You went there for Damaris, and now she is gone. This does not sound to me like you are being guided towards what you want. It sounds more like you are being forced down a path that was chosen for you. How do you know you can trust it or yourself or anyone? How do you know you can trust it or yourself or anyone? Carrie finished. Lauren gave a great sigh and lay back on the bed, spreading her arms. She closed her eyes and rubbed the rough blanket under her fingers, reveling in its coarse texture. How do you know you can trust it or yourself or anyone? How do you know you can trust it or yourself or anyone? Carrie finished. This is chapter 3. Lauren gave a great sigh and lay back on the bed, spreading her arms. She closed her eyes and rubbed the rough blanket under her fingers, reveling in its coarse texture. Lauren, said Carrie in alarm. She ran to Lauren's side and sat up, taking a hand. What is wrong? Are you all right? I'm fine, said Lauren. She wanted to stay down and fall asleep, but she forced herself to sit up and give Carrie her best smile. Nothing is wrong. That was the end of the vision. The last thing I knew you would say. It is disorienting, and I am always glad to be free of it. Carrie frowned. So things are right again? You do not know anything more about... You do not know anything more about your future? Not until later, said Lauren. Carrie looked as though she wanted to question that, but Lauren pressed on. No, that's for the first 3 chapters, which is an episode, the first part of the book, which I'm releasing to my patrons today. The answer to your question is that I do not trust it, not entirely, and yet every time I feel lost, like I am floundering with no direction in a formless world, the visions give me a clue. They point me towards the thing I was seeking before I ran out of options. That sounds like coercion, not assistance, said Carrie. If you were only given one option, of course you were going to take it. That may be, said Lauren, yet I am still choosing my path. This is like a road sign pointing the way towards a city I have never seen but have long wished to visit. Carrie sighed and shook her head. She still held Lauren's hand in both her own, but now she released it to reach up and take her hair out of its braid, letting it fall loose. She still held Lauren's hand in both her own, but now she released it to reach up and take her hair out of its braid, letting it fall loose around her shoulders. It caught the light of the lantern she had lit on the bedside table. Lauren watched the play of it through the strands. I want to say that I wish you had chosen a simpler road, but if you had, you would likely never have come to Danfon. And you might be dead, said Lauren. Carrie met her gaze. After a moment she nodded. Yes, in fact, I certainly would be. That is one reason I keep faith in my dreams, said Lauren. They have cost a great deal, but I know, too, that they have allowed me to help many more. A traitor would hold the Dortian throne, and King Senlin would be dead now, if not for all of us. Carrie dropped her gaze. If not for you, mostly. Lauren flushed. Her hand seemed to move of its own accord, taking Carrie's shoulder and squeezing it gently. All of us, she repeated, the children as well, and while. Yeah, this actually is much longer chapters than I normally write for my books as well. Yeah, Wordwin, I'd recommend splitting that up. Carrie met her gaze again. She did not look as though she entirely believed it, as though a part of her might want to. And then a knock came at the door. Now? Groused Lauren in her mind. Carrie had gone rigid beside her, but Lauren put up a calming hand. Do not worry, it is no one who means us harm. Are you certain? Said Carrie, looking fearfully between Lauren and the door. As certain as I am of any of it, said Lauren. She rose and went to the door, pulling it open without asking who was outside. In the hallway stood a woman. She was not as tall as Lauren, but she was not short either. Her skin was as dark as Annis's, and she was clad in black and dark brown leathers under a charcoal-colored cloak. 2 wicked daggers hung at her hip, and the scars of her arms spoke of much experience with them. Another scar ran down her face from forehead to chin, leaving her right eye milky, but most of her face was covered by a mask tied over her mouth. And suddenly Lauren realized that she had seen the woman before, not just in a vision, but in the waking world. They had traded a few words at a tavern on the High King's seat, several months and what felt like many lifetimes ago. That surprised Lauren, and it was good to know that she could still be surprised. Good evening, Talib, said Lauren. Come in. I've been expecting you. All right, later, Kage. Feedback is welcome. Hello, patron. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Quest. You're already helping me tremendously by being a patron, so please feel no obligation to do more than that. However, if you have feedback on this episode of the book, it would be most welcome. Your feedback can help me make the final product better for you and for every other Underrealm reader out there. You can leave your feedback in the comments of the Patreon post where you downloaded this episode, or you can email me at info@underrealm.net. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you to my patrons, etc., 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 etc. Maya Mehia, Maya Meha. Just going to double check that everything looks the way we want it to. Okay. That cover, though. We got a book, y'all. This is my first book with chapter titles. I'm stoked. They'll change, but I like them. I should say they might change. They might not change. The scene breaks that have a special significance that shall not be revealed for probably like 5 or 6 years. Writing books is the best fucking job. It's just such a good job. I like it a lot. Excuse. My he, my ha, my who, my ha ha. And now we do the EPUB. And we compile the fucking thing. Onward to adventure! Now I believe that with this book, we have achieved what is always my number one goal, which is, and always has been, to make my readers go, "What the fuck, Garrett?" And if we have accomplished that, then we have done really all that can be expected of us. Well, word win, then I'm doing my job. Today is the greatest day I've never known. Can't live for tomorrow. It might not have to long. I'll tear my heart out before I get out. All right, now until the lunchtime, we write honey mail. Oh, shit. I forgot one thing. I will be honey mail, yes. I heard that too, but I thought I would not comment on it. I thought I could get away with it. What a fool I was. What? 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 What is happening? What? What? Hey, sweetie, what's up?
Wanted to say hi to Stream and you.
Oh, hi. I only have a few minutes left before I have to run off and grab lunch.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
Hi, stream.
Love you. Scrivener crashed. Well, good thing it saves everything obsessively. Right? Yep. She is very chill. It is true. Alright, so total for episode 1, 12,734 words. Big river sky. I tried so hard to end this regret. Okay. Strange, but okay. There we go. Okay. That's what sorted it out. Ba-da-burp, ba-da-burp. Ba-da-burp, ba-da-burp. This is episode 1. Thank you, timer. That puts us at 69 hours for the month. Nice. All right, I have to go get lunch for my kiddos. I also have to eat. So I'm going to go do that. Enjoy a little bit of time off. Enjoy some food. I think Megan has a quickie for me. So I'm going to go take care of all that. And then I'm going to be back after lunch. I'm shooting for a return time of 12:30. And then if we make it back by 12:30, then we'll work in hours from 12:30 to 1:30, 1:30 to 2:30, etc., etc., etc. So I'm going to go enjoy my egg pie. Okay, I'm a little disappointed in everybody for not reacting to that. I mean, come on. Like, I made a quiche quickie joke. That's comedy gold, especially on this stream. Were you expecting something more highbrow? What's going on here? Anyway. Coffee's down the hatch. I'm off to forage for food for my family. Thank you, Rhea, for laughing. It's a pity laugh, but I'll take it. You didn't hear me? I said that I was going to go eat and that I thought Megan had a quickie for me. Come on! I work hard here. All right, everybody. Peace out. I'll be back by 12:30.
You survived being chained up and tortured. That's gonna fuck with a person, right?
Yeah, it's more the disappointment. I expect better of myself. I let you guys down, I let Jester down, I let Yasha down. I'll never be able to shake this.
Just like the sea. You and me. Just like the sea. You and me. Just like the sea. Just like the sea, you and me. Just like the sea, you and me.
As they once were the masters of the Lucidian Ocean, so too will be I, so too can be us. Mostly just feeling and an occasional word. Like he's being held back. But I feel that if we can, one by one, release him from these bindings, he can be more direct with us. Be more direct with his blessing. And we will bequeath the sea unto us.
Yourself alone in these shadow depths. A faint green light is visible in the distance. You push and swim towards it, the light growing brighter. closer. As that grows closer, a second light rests on the horizon. As that first light gets brighter, you can see the source taking shape. It's a figure, female, nude, also swimming. Avantika. She looks and points to you. The waters around you seem to glow. The same color light. You look down at your body and you see that you are now the third glowing source of this green energy. And suddenly the waters are easy to traverse. What was once sluggish and difficult to ford is second nature. A voice comes through. A distant light you see suddenly dives with incredible speed, nearly out of sight. Avantika dives down after it, rocketing down below you, breakneck in her speed. You dart after her to give chase, moving far quicker than you anticipated. You realize the water is becoming thinner and thinner, like air. You're followed. 3 shooting stars plummeting through a dark sky.
I think that woman is going to try to kill you. I really do.
The fatale of the eastern sea, from Doctor to Port Somali, chosen daughter of the deep. And like a seal, he's waiting. Delve in the water and we'll set him free. And the tale of the
intentions are, but I feel like there are only a few that I could ask to exercise quick judgment in a moment of need. I think you know what I mean, but in case this thing gets out of hand, then I count on you to right the ship if need be.
Keep the group safe. Of course. As always, I will do my best. Sleep well with your bad decisions.
I turn around and see Jester starting to panic, so I will reach out, grab her face, and bring her into a kiss, and I will blow all of my air into her lungs. Don't be sad. Your mom is very proud of you, that much was clear.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
So now we're going to find the place where your ship wrecked. Yeah?
I think so. Yeah.
You didn't get to ask them about the Mandarin though. stop talking like him?
We'll see.
Did you learn who you are?
No, and the thing I wanted the most was, in some of these, I saw a vision of Mandarin. Whether it's a statue or in a reflection or something, I didn't see anything. Nothing.
That's like his mentor.
So I don't really kind of run out of leads there. I don't really know where that leaves me on that, but we've spent enough time on me, and I don't have anything else to follow. Besides, there's danger coming. I chased Sabian down into the hull of the ship, and he was messing with a package. And I saw a fuse burning, and as I chased him back up above deck, there was an explosion that threw me from the ship. Wasn't normally his thing, so it was strange. And when we went down there, I saw him. When I confronted him, he threw a dagger into my chest. Yeah, well, he turned on me real fast. He seemed to know that what he was doing wasn't up to snuff. And when I chased him above, he was at the bow of the ship, getting ready to exit or jump off. Obviously knew what was coming next, and then the explosion went. The last thing I saw was the ship as I was being thrown off.
So you all were double-crossed, clearly.
Yeah, I don't know why though. also brought by Vander to work on this ship. Yeah, I've known him for many years. He's always been a piece of shit of one variety or another. Only in the most recent years did I think that maybe that stuff had sort of faded between us and we had found a way to work together, but apparently not.
I just want to let you know that while we're on the sea, I had a talk with my goddess. And, that friend of yours is still out there. Friend of mine? Yeah, that old friend of yours that you haven't seen in a while. What's his name?
Vander?
Yeah, that's the one.
How do you know that?
I asked the Wild Mother.
And you asked about him for me?
Yeah. Making amends, whatever that means.
He was making amends.
One way or another.
Thank you.
It's a very particular flavor of goodness that come from those who are offered so much temptation. I have some faith in you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Release time was 25 minutes ago, Danny. Check Patreon. Hey, Jagtress. Greetings. I'm just going to double check that it actually went out like it was supposed to.
Nice to meet you, Caleb. How much silver did I just get?
7!
Yippers. It's out. All right. Farewell, Critical Role. I got to focus right now. Last night's Critical Role is so good. You know, it takes Lauren a minute to show up, although she does show up in episode 1. Ugh. I'm still watching it, Jagtress, but I've only got like an hour left, and just it's good right off the bat. And then there was it's good all around. It's just all good all the time. Oh, awesome, Danny. I hope you've been enjoying that. I can't wait to get back to it. The llamas were amazing. And honestly, the best part of the llamas was Jesse's voice. I can't speak with animals. The llama looks at you and says, "Greetings, fellow adventurer." Mine are a proud and noble people. Is it 15 years? 15 years would be 2005. Where was I? No, it was 2004, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. Yes. Lucas is always so quick with that, too. God damn it. Oh, Rhea, apparently you weren't here for this convo when we had it earlier. This is such a stupid little thing, and honestly, I kind of hate it, but it works. Including a small typo in the first page of your email increases open rates. Because once people spot it the first time, they open future emails to see if they can spot another one. And this is one of those marketing things that makes me feel a little weird, but I've thought about it and I'm like, it doesn't hurt anybody or anything, and it works, so I'm gonna do it. I am not proud of it, but I'm gonna do it. I know, right? It's one of those marketing things that's just like, this is ridiculous. And again, I would never do a marketing trick that was like harmful or deceptive, or that like, you know what I mean? Like I would never do something that was like harmful to the person I was trying to market to. But it's just a typo. So I guess I'm going to do it. No, books are never on purpose. Books does not have the same effect. Books has a negative effect. So if you ever see a typo in a book, although I will say in my own defense, this is a thing that just is part of being a writer, and you can't ever fully do away with it, but it annoys me, is when people ping me for typos that aren't typos. Sometimes somebody thinks something is a typo when it's just an odd turn of phrase or like an archaic term or something like that. And they're like, oh, this should be that way. And I'm like, no, 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 I'm correct. But actually, I'm not just like complaining. We are writing a newsletter, yes. Yes, you will see this very soon. Yeah. And then there's a bunch of things where like, and this is, you know, I will admit that this is probably not the best way to do things, but I pick and choose between British and American English based on my personal preference. I will never spell gray with an A. I will never spell gray with an A. Gray with an A is fucking ugly. I will never, ever do it. Ever, ever. It's so bad. It's so hideous. Gray is spelled with an E. Always. Gray. Period. On the other hand, I spell color without a U. I mean, full stop. Yeah, that's right. I spell color with, yeah, O-R, not with a U. Because that one works for me. I don't know why. And again, I recognize that this is probably not the best way to do it. I should probably go one or the other. And some people are like, you're inconsistent with this. And I'm like, yes. Yes, I am. Well, fortunately, Rhea, that's what editors are for, right? That's why I think it's so incredibly valuable to have a style sheet to lay all this stuff out. And if a question ever comes up, you answer it, and then you stick it in the style sheet, and then that's it from there on out. I haven't read either of those, Jagtress. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shit, shit, shit. No, that's fine. Jagtress, you can post it in chat we're pretty easygoing with links around here. If somebody posts an inappropriate link, we just, kick them. Like new people coming in and dropping links. So, most of the people who hang out here, it's fine. Drop links. Nice, actress. Well, you got to be careful, Karukami. Karyukami. Even an asshole's got to be fun to read. You know, one of my best, actually, my new best examples of a total asshole who's amazingly fun to read is Dexter. I had never read the books or watched the show, and somebody gave me a copy of the first Dexter book, and I loved it. It's so good. It's really, really good, and Dexter is terrible. He's so awful, but he's so much fun. He's hilarious and smart, and he's fun to read. And then I watched the show finally. I was like, well, fuck. I enjoy the book. Let me try this show. I watched the whole first season. I forced myself to watch the whole first season. It's fucking terrible. Maybe, I'm sure a lot of people out there like Dexter. But that is not what I want at all. Because he's so mopey. He's so, I don't really understand people. Voices, emotions have always confused me. Everyone does. And I'm like, where is the fun? Where is the enjoyment of life? Dexter in the books loves life. He's just a complete, he's a serial killer. He's a serial killer who loves life. And it's great. And in the show, there's no joy. There's no enjoyment. There's just this sad, monotonous pathology. And it's just, oh, God, it's the worst. I haven't checked out season 2. Like, maybe I'll watch season 2, but I honestly don't want to. You know? I might give it a shot. I don't know. Are the episodes going to be longer than before or the same length and more of them? I think you answered this before. They are almost certainly going to be longer. No, sorry. Around the same length. If anything, I want them to be a little shorter. However, there are going to be way more of them. A normal Hellskin was 8 episodes. Quest is planned currently to be 24 episodes. So, way more, right? 3 times as many. Oh, shoot. Supposed to include a picture in this email. What picture should I take? Oh, I know what I'm going to do. be right back. All right, we got it. I thought you'd like that, Dragtress. Oh shit, I forgot my PS. What am I sticking in the PS? No, I can't do that, can I? Fuck. No, I can do that. Okay. Lauren is 16 at the time of quest. Close to 17. Thank you, timer. Okay. There it goes. All right. If you are joining me on my work schedule, then now is break time. Give yourself a few minutes away from the keyboard. Walk around, move your body.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, what's up?
Do you remember these days?
I sure do.
You doing stream?
Say again?
You doing stream?
I sure am.
We used to play Pokemon cards, so I'm showing him this.
Yeah, we sure did.
We should play again sometime. Oh, I like that picture so much.
It's a great picture, isn't it?
I know. Guess what we did for science?
What'd you do?
We grabbed all our pets and had them wave goodbye. It was amazing. I got to see so many Doges.
That's incredible. We love the Doges in this house.
And I hope you guys love Doges. By the way, did you turn on the heat this morning?
Did I what?
Did you turn on the heat this morning?
I didn't know. Mom might have.
Okay.
Or I actually don't think we turned it off overnight, which we normally do.
Okay. It was just really hot, and with that, combined it with my furry pajamas.
Yeah, I could see how that could be uncomfortable.
Yeah. I love you.
Love you. Meg is also working right now, but if she pops in, I'm sure she would love to say hi. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. For you, my friend. Oh. So I have been cutting down my snacking and beer habit, trying to lose some of the COVID belly. But you know, since we just published an episode of Quest, we're celebrating on a Friday afternoon. Oh boy. If only I had some meat in the house. That'd be a great option. The mead hall is not completely closed. They only do bottle service, though. So you can go in and buy a bottle, but you can't drink in the hall or at the bar. Hey, Jagtress, welcome back. Hey, looks like we got a Patreon pledge. Define. Defeat me. I kinda like the misery you put me through. Darling, you can't trust me completely. If you even try to look the other way, I think that I could kill this time. Rah, rah. Fuck, Old Disturbed is so fucking good, man. It's not okay. It doesn't really seem I'm getting through to you. Now I see you weeping so sweetly. Rah, rah. Lie to me, is she not right? Disturbed is like the greatest thing. I remember when I got my first Disturbed album, which might have been their first album, but I don't know for sure. It was the one with The Sickness, which might have just been called The Sickness. Lie to me. Rah, rah. Yeah, okay, so The Sickness was their first album. And I remember I got that album for Christmas one year. It must have been when I was 14. And I started playing the album, and I called my friend. And I was like, dude, I just got Disturbed. I just got this new album by Disturbed. I just got this album by Disturbed. And he was like, cool. And I was like, dude, it's so good. And he was like, okay. And it didn't strike me until that moment that, like, he was my best friend, but, like, I didn't call him to tell him about music. We weren't music buddies. I wasn't that into music. Neither was he. We didn't really call each other, like, ever. And I was just like, I called him out of the blue just to be like, dude, Merry Christmas. I just got this album and it's fucking amazing. Well, The Sickness is an album, but then, of course, there's... Oh, is it Down with the Sickness is the song? Anyway. A little bitch, she went and she told a lie. Now she will never tell another a lie. Little bitch, she went and she told a lie. Never fucking lie to me. Thank you, Danny. Enjoy the rest of your day. Contemplated on you. Running, we are running for tonight, and it feels so good. In midnight, and it feels so good. Tonight. Just get over. Okay. So look the other way. We're running. Little longer. It's all the difference. City, the city is far now. Oh, oh, from broken homes. City, the city is. Oh, oh. of my life. Don't let me go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Pull this plug. Let me breathe. On my own, I'm finally free. Don't let me go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You carry nothing but a name you will forsake. And all my final comfort to see through it all.
Dad,
I hear a Luke. What's up, buddy?
so, does he,
Uh-oh.
does he, opened my piggy bank and turned it over?
Uh-huh.
And then when I told him to stop, he said there was no money in there.
Uh-huh.
And then I looked behind him, there was a nickel. He said that fell out of his pocket.
Are you taking your brother's piggy bank money?
No.
If it fell out of his pocket, it fell out of his pocket. If it's a nickel, I don't know that it's worth having a fight about.
Well,
If I have a nickel that I can give you, is that okay? Okay.
What? You would have heard the sound of the nickel if it was in there.
That's a good point. Don't worry about it. Let's just get you a nickel and move on with our lives, okay? Hey guys, please let's not get into fights, okay? Because if you guys fight, then we're going to take you off campus. And it's the end of school. So that would be a really bad day as a kid, right? Opa! Okay. to me. Feel the way I've ever felt. I do. There's a smile and not get worried. That's what it shows. It takes my pain away. It's a lie. A kiss with open eyes. She's not breathing back. Anything that bothers me, it takes my pain away. Either mine, these are horrid times. Oh, I can't let it bother me. I love Sylvan. I love these characters so much. These characters have been in my head longer than any characters I've ever come up with. Hey, what's up, Vale? Still winning. It takes my pain away. It's a lie, a kiss with open eyes. She's not breathing back anything that bothers me. Never mind, these are horrid times. Oh, I can't let it bother me. Isn't it wonderful? It's such a good feeling. Me now, where was my heart? Okay, it's break time, man. I worked right through it.
Dad, have you seen Desmond?
I have not.
Did he tell you where he was going?
He did not. I do not know. If you are joining me in my work schedule, now is the time to get up away from your desk. Move around a bit. Oof. That didn't sound good. Tell me now, where was my fault for loving you with my whole heart? Tell me now, where was my fault Loving you is my whole heart. Be right back. Oy, 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 oy. Oof. Oof. Ah, away from the desk. Break time. Hey, what's up?
So
We are on stream, just so you know.
so the kids told on you that you were feeding Chewy salami
Uh-huh.
and said it was to get back at me for giving Chewy a bite of my dinner last night.
That is not true.
Okay.
But I did feed you stuff.
Okay, you know that stuff's expensive.
Uh-huh.
Please, salami. I don't care if you feed him.
One piece of salami.
They said they saw 3 at least. Don giggled and said, he has 3 pieces in his mouth already.
I don't think so. Maybe 2?
I don't know. My point is,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want him eating salami.
Okay.
It's bad for him.
No, it's not.
It's got garlic and milk in it.
No, it's fine.
Salami is bad for you.
It's not. Is salami bad for dogs?
Yes, it's bad for dogs.
Nope. Oh, Jagtress wanted to say hi, by the way.
Jack who?
Jagtress.
Oh, Jagtress. Hi.
You know Jagtress. Been around forever.
Yes. The one time I was there. Oh. That is not a comment on salami for dogs.
Nope.
Meg has appeared like a yeti. Yes.
Like a yeti from the mist.
Am I really that rare?
You're pretty rare these days, especially.
Oh, yeah.
It used to be a lot more common.
Now I don't have time. I work.
Dibby dibby work. No, that's work. You should be a Twitch emote. We should make you into a Twitch emote.
And I go like this?
No, that's not how emotes work.
How did they work?
They're like emojis.
What? You would be my face, right?
Yeah. That's the one. Do that for the webcam so everybody can see it. apology, actress. Thank you.
Our dog isn't, though, because he keeps feeding him salami.
I give him one piece of salami every once in a long while.
And it's not. Your kids told on you and said they at least watched you feed him 3.
Well, 3 is wrong. I might have fed him 2.
And just so you guys know, whenever I pull out salami, this is Chewy. That's Garrett's me, and I'm Chewy. He loves salami a little too much, but it's literally like, I don't know, he could be somewhere totally in the house. I haven't seen him. I pull out the package of salami.
Look how small she is. She's so tiny.
He's also 6'4". I'm actually 6 feet myself. No, I'm just kidding. I'm 5'6". You're almost a foot taller than me.
Almost.
Okay, here, put your head on top of my head. Can you do that?
Just barely.
Oh yeah, and are you on your toes at
You
all?
gotta have your posture. There we go.
Mm.
You gotta maintain your posture sitting at that computer all day. Not good for your back. Gotta get up and walk around every once in a while. That's what I'm doing. We're on a move around break. Although it's 2:29, which means I gotta get back to it. Ooh, move. Love you. Stop. I'm gonna do this next time you're having an office meeting. I'm just gonna walk in and start groping you on camera.
The kids do that all the time.
The kids walk in and grope you on camera?
This is them. Mom! I'm in the middle of an all-staff meeting. Mom! That was Luke this morning. Anyways, I'm leaving. I know you guys enjoy having me here.
I enjoy having you here.
Hi, streamers.
It should be vlog Megan. A moggle.
None of this. None of this.
See? See, did you see what he just did there?
Yes,
That's
I did.
my meetings.
Yes.
Constantly.
Yeah. Clody Doe. That cannot be accurate. Have I really given Eben 8,000 words? Eben? Eben of the family Drayden? drink myself to death and then just die. Find me with someone else. 'Cause I know it's going to hurt. I know at least it can't get any worse. And stealing cheese, beg you from her knees, make you think she means it this time. She'll tear a hole in you, the one you can't repair. I still love her, I don't even care. Oh, we bundled up. It can't be done. Wait, at least tell me your name. No. uh, I love shit like that. Where like that's that's the moment where it's like, at least tell me your name. And it's like, you want my name? It's uh fucking, Fortescue. Fortescue of the family Bracken. And don't you forget it. I just love the, at least tell me your name. No. What? Why would I do that? This is a good scene. This is a good scene. You will always be found. You know you're not alone. 'Cause I'm gonna make this place my home. Yeah, you're definitely not the only author who laughs reading back their own stuff. years be over? When will all years be over? All years be over. When will all years be over? Lauren again. Greetings. took a walk that night, but it wasn't the same. We had a fight on the promenade out in the rain. She said she loved me, but she had somewhere to go. She couldn't scream while I held her close. I swore I'd never let her go. I know, right, Vale? They've got to figure out a POD solution for that. It can't be that hard. It's going good, Lauren. Really? I've never had that problem with Word. What's up?
If I get my computer ready, will you do my password?
Yeah. Another visit. Getting a lot of them today.
You're the cutest person.
You like that picture?
I love that picture.
I like you.
I love you. Hey, you
Hey.
may just like me, but I love you.
Get away from me.
No.
I know you've always been out of your head, out of my head I sang. Hey, another Patreon pledge. That's fantastic.
Sir Dad of the Dad, Lord of the Children.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's my mom.
And you remember there. Be right back, stream.
Sacrifice, see like I'm alive. Penniless, it's all the same. Forever. You never pass my way. This is nothing. All around. We are the sound. We don't belong. Raise up your hands and sing along. Oh gosh, Erica, I totally missed you. In an effort to feel more artistic with your bujo, I have typed up in fancy font some quotes that I will trace and fill in. That's awesome, Erica. I hope you enjoy that. We are the sound. We don't belong. So raise up your hands and sing along. I'm going to finish this chapter on the rough edit before I wrap up for the day. We are the sound. We don't belong. So raise up your hands and sing along. Sing along. That's a chunky chapter, Lauren. Oh, my beautiful one now. Oh, my beautiful one now. All sins into me. Oh. Do you ever really know? Woof. Also typing. What typing? What? All the time. Whoa, whoa. Whoa. Oh, oh, oh. Oof. All the time. Whoa, whoa. In general, like my favorite thing in the world is writing people who deeply truly love each other. Whatever form that takes, I just love writing people who love. Like it's hardly a spoiler, but like Mako just loves Halab. More than anything. Which for the two of them is like strange, not strange, but like I don't know, it's just I don't want to spoil anything. But it's strange. But like he just loves her. And I love writing people who love each other. Was the be all and end all. Love is only a feeling. When I'm in your arms, I start believing. But love is only a feeling anyway. Only a feeling. When I'm in your arms, I start believing. But love is only a feeling anyway. think you can stone me and spit in my eye? Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. I can't hear myself. Is that because I'm not making any noise? I didn't even realize I was moving. Looking down the barrel of a hot-blooded 45. Just another way to survive. That's fantastic. Yeah. We did from these inside. We will live together. We could live together. Okay. Time for me to wrap it up. Oh shit, I need a lot more paper. Have we drank for the other time?
Hey, Dad.
Hey, Luke.
Do you want to see something I made in Mario Maker?
When I will in a minute. I have to wrap up what I'm doing here.
It's a bottle. I'm gonna make
Close my door. All right. Who are we gonna raid? Who are we raiding today? Mama Samu streaming once again, making a D&D character cosplay, and being a delightful individual all around. Say hello to her for me. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hey, it's a week till Christmas. I hope everyone's very excited if you're a Christmas celebrating type of person. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out on the stream. I am going to go. I may stream over the weekend, but I may not. So if you don't see me the next couple of days, you'll definitely see me Monday morning, and I look forward to it. Thank you all for being here. I'll catch you next time. Bye.
Jealous. Hello, darling. Hello. What is this? We're getting a raid from Vaughn Noble just in time to see me trying on the belt for the first time.